Alrighty, it's that time again. Yeah, Army Speed Painter paints and World of Warcraft Orc, bang or bust. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So let's go ahead and get into it. Hey everybody, Steve here, the retired hobby tech guy. Let's make sure that I'm in frame. Good enough. So you can see what we're doing. Do we got a good frame on this? I think we do. This is our World of Warcraft orc that we end up having, and this was a resin model that I printed out. It's been sitting on the shelf for ages, waiting to be painted, so I finally did the zenithal on it. We did dry brushing with matte white, and that turns out pretty good. Brings out all the details in the model. And so now, since what we ended up doing is getting speed paints, the Mega Set 2.0 version, we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump right into this. And for those of you who don't know about painting, speed paints are pretty good. They provide you this guide and a couple of paint brushes. And yeah, it just kind of goes through some basic stuff on what you need to do to be able to paint with speed paints and other paints. Of course, they're going to pimp all their other stuff, some stuff about color theory and kind of the different colors that would complement each other, and that's kind of a good read. Definitely have to make a plan and figure out what you want to paint on your miniature. So knowing the colors beforehand is really important. Then it's got base coating and all this stuff. The good thing is with the speed paints is that basically you can color. You can do your black primer, and then you come over with either a dry brush, or you could do a zenithal with an airbrush and kind of to paint down at this angle with your airbrush. And we kind of did that like what we did here with this guy. And if you notice on the underside, he's got a lot of dark areas there. So those are the shadow areas, and these are highlighted. And so when you use these speed paints, you'll get some more high or brighter colors on the light areas. But when you get to the darker areas, you'll get a different shade. So what this will allow you to do is use your speed paints, and it will totally revamp how you paint. So if you're scared to do painting, I highly recommend speed paints. I've only had them for a little while. I've got the Army painter, the War Painter set, and did that. I've got the airbrush set, Mega Set, and now I have the Speed Paint 2.0. And the speed paints really make doing your shading so much easier. So just kind of some amazing stuff. We did this little guy here, and again, learned how to do it. The blues, you should be aware, can come in kind of thick, and you also need to be aware that if you put on the speed paint, you need to give it time to fully dry, because if you go back, it will reactivate, and you might have some blotching problems like what we ended up doing here. So I was just trying to hurry up and get this done. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to do a full set, a combat squad or whatever it is, kill team, and be able to get a fair amount of miniatures painted in minimal amount of time, especially when you get more involved models where you need to do shading. So if we were going to do shading with regular painting, like for example, what we could end up doing is we could start off with a dark brown, and then we would do something a little bit lighter, and then we would even go even lighter on top of that to do highlights. And so really we have those three colors there where you're talking about your hard dark colors, then a lighter color, and then you have to go through and then do your highlight color. So it's just kind of an interesting little thing that we've got going on here. But with the speed paints, you're able to minimize the amount of time that you spend painting and get some pretty good results. So we're going to jump right into this. Well, with that being said, we've got a reference picture here. Just pulled this off, and so basically we're going to see some things that we're going to do. Obviously, we're going to need some green skin, and we can work from the top down, but also at the lowest level, and then work our way out. So in other words, probably what I'm going to end up doing is doing the skin, and then because it's got the skin on the face, we've got his arms, and then on the model itself, we've got a lot of skin, you know, under his armor, his entire back. And so we can hit that first, and if we get other colors and mistakenly get it onto like his armor plate here, what we could end up doing is quickly get a wet brush and we could, you know, try to take that off of there, which is doable. Or with that slight color variation, depending on the colors that you're going to be doing these things with, you could actually use these colors to cover up and you won't notice those mistakes as much. Again, it depends on your color selection for, you know, if these are going to be bright colors or translucent colors, then yeah, you might have to, and the skin was super dark, yeah, you would probably have to, you know, clean that up a little bit better and it wouldn't work. So let's go through, and again, he turned out really, really good. I mean, this bust, I can't remember where I got the file from. Go to STL Finder and go wow orc or whatever and you'll find it. But this is what we're going to start off with. Let's see, which brush should we use? I think we'll use this one here. And I've been trying to take care of my brushes a little bit more. So we're going to start off with some green. And we have algae green. We have forest bright, that's going to be really bright. We want something shamrock, that is really going to be great. Gilly dew, that's possible. Ghoul green. I wanted something, I don't know, maybe that could work. We could see something like that, but we want something a little bit darker-ish. Maybe something like algae green or forest bright for the green. Interesting. So many decisions. Again, this is something that I probably should have looked at before. But let's try the algae green, and we'll give that a shot and see what happens. Like I said, the other reason that I like the speed paints is because they're so much easier to mix. So basically, we just put it on our little thing, and it's already got a little speed ball in there, stainless steel ball, and it mixes up fairly quickly, which is really nice compared to really the army paints, because these are really thick. They'll need to be diluted in some way, shape, or form for the most part. And again, you're going to be able to add water, thinner, whatever it is, paint medium to this to make them last longer, but it's going to take you a little bit more time. With the speed paints, the great thing about this is that they're already diluted. So a little bit of mixing up and you are good to go. So we're going to see how this turns out. And the cool thing is, worst case scenario, we just paint over it and start again. So what we'll end up doing is we're just going to put out, I'm not going to use a palette, I'm just going to put a little bit on the brush, like so. And then we'll just, how's that look? Yeah, I think, try to get it to where it's comfortable for me, but you all can see. And there it is. We can just kind of put this on there. And we can already see that we're getting some good coverage. And the color turns out pretty nice. So again, the great thing about this is that these paints almost act like a wash. And they just really flow really nice. And yeah, it's definitely a nice paint. So you can see we got that there. Let's add a little bit more paint. And we'll put a little splotch there. You can see how that flows. And just into the recesses, just get a little bit down there, and do his nose. So yeah, you can see that this stuff just flows really nicely into the recesses, and we still got to pay a little bit of attention so we don't get too much, but being able to, you know, get that turns out really nice. You know, we can get a little splotch on the nose. We'll just kind of do the eyes real quick. because we can come over with another paint and do the eyes. Of course, we'll have to go in and do the teeth and everything. But really, let's just put a little bit more up there. And there, we've got his face. So face is done. Boom. So the next thing we could end up doing is we'll just add a little bit more. And I'm kind of glad that this is a little bit darker, because what those allow us to do is to take this and come back and we'll do some highlights on here. So the paint goes into the recesses and it'll give it some depth by having some darker areas and then some lighter areas. And then we come back and we can like do little highlights on the nose and the cheek and some of the areas of where the light would come down. So with that, there are some, let's get this area under his armpits, because that's going to be fairly easy to get. Which is good. We'll do this side. And we can already notice that with the speed paint, we can already see the shadows underneath. So that comes out really nice. So we're automatically, with the zenithal or the dry brushing process, we're able to create the highs and lows and just throw the speed paint on there and boom, there it is. So let's go ahead and we'll do a little bit on the arms. And so that might be the reason why you might not want to, go fully white with everything on your model, paint it black and then paint it white. You might not want to do that because you want that little bit of change and you want that highlight. You still want light to go through and oh yeah, this turned out good. And so we can get we can get a lot of that paint, the excess paint in there into those details and those recessed areas. And boom, we are, let's see if we can get a little bit more. And boom, there it is. So we already got the front done for the most part. There are some, I think no, that's not skin, that's just the way his armor is. And then we'll just finish at the back. We just got the automatic shading with the zenithal on there, or the dry brushing, and it comes out really good. So now let's do, hey, isn't that great? Knock over the bottle and nothing spills out. Not like Citadel paints. If you've ever knocked a bottle of that over. Now that is, he's got a collar on there, so it's not his skin. So we don't have to do a lot with that. I thought that was going to be skin, but we do have a little bit of skin here. So we'll throw that in there. And then now we can go to the ears. And again, the great thing about these speed paints is that they are able to just hit those recesses and just fill in. So yeah, again, like I said, it's just like a wash and it flows so nicely. And it makes life so much easier. Again, we'll just kind of do a little bit of that, and boom, there we go. I mean, how good is that? And we can even see the veins on his arm where it ends up. We've already created some high spots on that. And we could probably go back and just do a little bit of highlighting after this dries, but that works out pretty good. I mean, that is impressive right there. And that only took us a few minutes. So I need to get some more water. Again, something I should have done beforehand. So, yeah, a paper towel would have been nice. So let me go get one. Okay.
Give me a hug. By the way, I love the new setup. I love you very much.
We're gonna go with Tina.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
We're gonna go with Tina.
Okay.
Your hands.
All right, yeah.
Oh, it wasn't me saying like hurry up, it was more saying like pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, bye. Love you.
All right, love you too. Alrighty, let's get a little bit of water. Get some water in the back. Okay, crisis averted. We were back. Family had to take, wife had to take the daughter back, and so now, since our little water thing, is that going to hold enough? Or am I going to need to? Oh yeah, this should be good. So, let's see if I can do this without. Boom. There we go. A little gimmicky, but it works. So we got that on there, so we're good to go. And I can't see if anybody's viewing. Let me go get my tablet, and then I can see if we get comments. Well, actually, I'm not going to do that. My tablet's charging. I remember it needed charging. So if you're leaving any comments, sorry about that. I won't be able to read them until afterwards. So now that we've got this, that'll give time for that to dry, and then we can work on some of the other stuff. So this huge back piece, what I'm going to assume, because it doesn't really show on the picture that we have what color that is going to be. I'm going to say what we could end up doing is a brown, and we could do a Rudy fur, and then that will kind of go along with the green that we have for his skin, and then we'll kind of offset that by doing some stone or maybe some bronze on these, and maybe or stone color. Of course, on the detail stuff, we'll do some gold, do some really cool stuff that looks with that, and then we could do some lighter colors like this little stuff that's around his arm there. Hair is going to be interesting because that's probably going to be black. So what we see, and then we can do some high vis green on the inside of his eyes, and then we could do the colors with, that are on here. We could add some red on these pieces here. That'll make that pop, and yeah, but we need to do something with this here. So I'm thinking, let's do the Rudy fur. The Rudy fur. Rudy Tooty fur. And we'll see how that goes. So we can do a little bit and just see what that'll look like. And again, we're just going to do a little drop on there. And let's just start underneath here and see what that'll look like. Oh yeah, I think that'll work. We'll just do the whole thing here. And we'll kind of get a I think that'll turn out good. Again, still want to be able to see a little bit of the kind of the texturing that we have under here on the back, but still kind of see the texture on the model itself. And so we can kind of do that. try to get underneath here, which is just pretty easy because you can see how easy it is just to bring that in. And just really get some good coverage on this. So again, there's a limited amount of time because this stuff has got to dry. It's going to dry, but let's get a nice bead there. We already got that. And let's go ahead and we'll get the little edge there. Again, we're going to work at the base level and work our way up. But there it is. We finished that up. Pretty good. I mean, that went quick. We are done with that part. So, yeah, speed paints are pretty cool. I'm definitely liking them. So we'll just do a little quick cleaning of the brush. And now we'll save the base for last. And what we can end up doing here is we could do some metal spikes on here, but we want it to be on something, it kind of looks in the picture. It's hard to tell, like those are gold or yellow. Probably a yellowish type of gold, but what we can end up doing is we could do some silver on these, because if we do too much gold for like all of this and then gold on all of that, it'll just kind of like fade into itself. So we'll probably, what we could end up doing is we could do some gold on these parts here, and then we could do silver on the spikes, and then silver on this little line here, and then on that. On the inside of this, we can put like a darker color. So I think what we should do is put a darker color here on these areas and on the inside here, and then we'll work our way from the bottom up in regards, and so that'll be the base, and if we screw up, then we can put those other colors and cover that up. That's what I'm guessing. I'm not a professional, so we'll see how that works out. Okay, so now the question is, what color do we use? I'm thinking occultist cloak. We could do that, or burnt moss. I don't know about that. Ashen stone. I don't think that would be dark enough. Maybe. Probably. I don't know. No, I don't think it's going to be dark enough. I think this occultic cloak will give us some real good definition on these panels as the base in there. And we could use this for the part that's right in here. We just need to be a little careful on what we're doing. I'll just put a little drop on there. Be careful where I'm putting my finger. And we'll start off on the back. And we'll just kind of run that through there. So that's kind of a good. I like that. So again, we'll just run this through. And we'll get a little bit of color in there. And then we'll come back. And then with those other colors, this dark color will help give that contrast. So I think that'll work out well. If not, we can paint it over to start over. Just make this a little bit darker. I'm making a little bit of a mess, but so I think that'll turn out good. And if you do make a mistake, you can actually see how we can do that, and we can just get rid of that stuff that we ended up accidentally getting on that top surface there. It just kind of wipes off. So as soon as you make the mistake, you can go through and you can wipe that off, and that's great. You know, you can go through, and if you make a mistake, you can correct it. So I like that color there, and I think that'll help pop when we add in the gold and the silver and whatever else. So I think we'll do this one here with this occultic cloak, and then we could come in with some kind of brown, and then we'll have silver for the spikes, silver for this outline here, and then we can do some gold with some silver highlights on those buttons and those rings, and I think that'll look pretty hot. We'll give it a shot and see what happens. So now, let's just go through. I'll do that with the rest of the model in this area. And again, it ends up working out really well. And again, it just fills in those areas so nicely, and it just kind of spreads out. Just give it a little bit more. We'll just kind of bring it in like that. Again, if we make that a mistake, we can just go ahead and run our finger over there, and basically, we just fixed our problem. So look how easy that was. That is nice. So that was the occultist cloak. I like that. Just clean our brush a little bit. We're good to go. And now, what we could end up doing is going for some more brown. I think we want to do something because we did, that satchel brown is really dark. Fire Drake is, I think this could be a good color for right in here. We get a good contrast. We'll have the gold, the silver, the brown, and then that kind of that gray, bluish gray color that we have there. I think that'll really make this pop. But the cool thing is, you can make the decision on what colors you want to use. But it is always nice to have like a reference, have an idea in your head, or look at pictures on the internet. Personally, I like taking a look at what's on the internet and then kind of saying, okay, well, what are we going to do? And get some ideas. So we'll just kind of bring this around. And then it might make a difference on the size of brush that you have as well. I'm not using the supplied brushes that came with the kit. I don't know why. I'm just kind of like, whatever. And again, if we make little mistakes, we can just kind of clean that up nice and easy. And really, the easiest way is to orient the model so that you can draw basically a straight line. Notice how I'm kind of going down, and then I move the model to get the different angles. Oh, I think that's going to be a nice color. And so in other words, I don't want to get and try to do too many crazy angles or moving around with my brush. I want to try to keep it as simple as possible. So we'll just put a little dab there, and then we'll go back here. Now this is an older jacked up brush, so maybe I should have used the newer brushes. But I think this will be okay. Let's add a little bit more. And this was printed on, this is a resin print. So came out pretty good. I can't remember where I got the model. So if you're asking about that, I'm sorry. But I want to say it was either Colts 3D. I think it was free. I'm not 100% sure. I don't like spending a bunch of money on stuff unless it really, really intrigues me. But even then, I'll forget. So that kind of worked out good. And again, you got to let this stuff dry because this will reactivate. So if you go over something and then you want to hit it again, make sure that it's dry. Because I know you'll be tempted to go back and say, oh, well, that needs a little touch up. You know, like we need a little touch up down there. Just wait till it all dries and then go back and do that. Because otherwise you'll reactivate it and that could cause some problems. So, we actually got a lot on there. Just kind of bring this down and like that. I'm not too worried about all of that. If it gets on a little bit gets on the model, because we're going to go back with that metallic color. So just kind of just do a quick wipe down and we're good to go. Maybe I can go back. Yeah. So we got that, and there are the brown spots of that, and it ends up, oops. Of course I go back and I screw that up. Imagine that, what are the odds? So yeah, we've got that color in there, it looks pretty good. We're already seeing some contrast between the kind of like that dark with a little bit of blue in there with the lighter brown. And now we've got that. That fire drake is pretty nice. I like that color. It does it's got some good shading, and depending on your zenithal, your dry brushing, you could really bring in some interesting shapes and layering. So now, what we can end up doing is, I think we could do some gold and like really make this pop. So I think that's what we'll end up doing. Other things that we could use are brownish decay to get kind of a little bit of contrast there. You could do that, or if you really want to go crazy, you could do some crazy colors, you know, ancient honey. That would look kind of interesting, but I think we'll stick with the gold, the hoplite gold, and we'll see how that works. And then again, we'll go over the spikes and that little bit of detailing with the silver and the rivets that are on there. And we'll start with the back, because if it ends up not working out well, then we can always, you know, make it less painfully obvious, and we could try to make a color correction on there. So with that, let's see how this is going to work out. We'll just do this small piece down here. Oh yeah, I think that'll work out good. I think that will work out. Just go ahead and do this little piece back here and see what that looks like. And I think, oh yeah, that is going to be good. And since this is basically like a wash, it's going to go into those recesses. We'll be able to get the shading on there, kind of like it's already got the built-in shading with the zenithal that we did. And yeah, I think that's going to turn out good. So see how that works out. We'll do a little bit more. And like I said, we can just go back and we can hit the rivets with some silver on top of that. So I'm not too worried about whether I get paint on the rivets or not, because by the time we do, we should be good for that. I do have one, there's a spot there where I made a mistake and hit that darker color, but I think we can go back and we could almost use this color is to do some scratches on there. So while there is that little mark there on the gold on that piece there, we could actually use that like a distress mark. So yeah, it's not the end of the world. We'll kind of throw this on there. We're going to need some more. And we'll just come down here. We want it a little bit thicker on the front, so that way we get a real good saturation of color on the front. Alright, screwed that up. So, with that, let's grab a brush and see if we can clean that out real quick. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. So we got some gold in there, and what we did is we went back and we added just a little wet brush on there and was able to pull that gold off of there. So, not bad. So again, and that's something to be said for, you know, wanting to do like grimdark or distressed things, is you can kind of use those little mistakes to, I guess, make the model pop. So what you might think is a career-ending mistake would actually just be, oh, okay, well that we can kind of make that look good. Throw that on there, and again, kind of like what we end up seeing is that zenithal process is able to show some highlights on here. So we kind of got that. That's looking good. I like that. So again, a little bit more. Especially for these larger areas. And just slap that stuff on there. A little bit of gold underneath. We're good. And under here. There's a little bit. Can we get that? Yep. And we can just do a quick little boom. And there, I think we're okay. And we could go through and try to do a little bit of cleanup to try to get that recess in there. And that line that's right there. But my tip is so jacked up. That's good enough for government work. I think we're good enough there. And let's see, we could do, let's do a little bit gold on the shoulder part there. Right in here, and then we could do some little bit of silver around that. So I think we're good there. And since we're on that side, we'll go to this side and do the same thing, because that's pretty easy. And we'll just kind of work our way up. Like so. We can do these bottoms real quick. And these undersides like that. We're running out of paint, so we can just squeeze that a little bit more. We can add some more paint. This gold's pretty nice. That is not bad at all. You can just slap that on. Like I said, I'm sorry if I can't read the comments, but my tablet that I normally use, I have hooked up, but I don't because it's charging, because it was dead. So again, piss poor planning on my part, so I apologize for that. So at least I should get a like for acknowledging that lack of planning. You would think. So if you want to do that, give me a like on the video. I would appreciate that. Again, I think with painting, I think the biggest problem I had was just being able to paint in a straight line. And then once I could do that, that helped immensely. And again, I should probably get another brush, but because the bristles on this are a little rough, but I think we can make it work. Because they're all sprayed out, so it's kind of like it makes it interesting. Let's clean the brush off a little bit. So yeah, this has turned out pretty good so far. And we'll put a dab on there, and we'll just run that right across. Try to get a good amount of paint on that front. We got a little bit in that black area. The other thing we could end up doing is going through, and we could even put a wash in there to kind of cover that up. We'll do a little bit there. Then we got to come over here. And don't forget to breathe. Underside. Again, some details matter. But there, how's that look? I think that turned out good so far. Nice. We could kind of do the same thing here. We could use that occultist cloak, now that I'm thinking about it, on these parts down here, and then do the same thing. We'll do the gold on this. So let's just, I know I said work from the bottom up, but I think what we'll do is we'll just kind of, we'll just throw a monkey wrench into this, and we'll do this, and then we'll come back and we'll do that occultist cloak, and then we could come back and do that color there. So yeah, that's gonna pop. Look at that. That's looking good. The goodness. So let's see if we can do this here. Try not to touch up those other areas. That came out good. Start to run out of paint a little bit. Trying to get that little edge there. We did. And boom. Look at that. That is looking really, really good. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see, what else could we do in gold? We could do that occultist down in this area here. And then we could do that strap as being brown. Maybe we could do the occult cloak there as well. So again, we get kind of this different color scheme. So we'll have another occult brown or occult cloak there, and then have the brown strap on top of that with silver buckles. We could do the occult brown on, or occultist cloak down here as well, and then start doing some more detailing. So yeah, I think that'll work. Let's run with it and see how that goes. What do you think? Of course, I can't tell what you think, because I'm not going to be able to read the comments until afterwards. So there's that. Our occultist cloak. Let's get back into the business. And we will do the cloak here. Yeah, a little bit of overspray into that one area. Just wipe it off real quick. And there you go. Boom, done. And with the speed paint, we get the shadow because of the zenithal that we did. So whether you do it with dry brushing or whether you do it with an airbrush, that is where you're going to make your money. So yeah, there it is. We've got that. Now we're going to do it on the side here. And we'll just start off there. Boy, that is really filled in there quick. So again, we just kind of oversprayed a little bit, so we just use our finger. We just kind of pull that off of there. Because again, this stuff kind of really just, and the brush is too fat. But this reminds me of washes and how it just seeps right into the recesses. So we're done with that side. And got this. This is a good model. I like this model. It's like, not only is it a good model, but it kind of makes sense on how you can paint this and the different color schemes that you could do on this. This just looks like it's going to be a really good model. I hope I can do justice with the rest of this. Oh, and then we're going to do this down here too. And then again, we're going to accent that with a little bit of the silver on the rivets there. I just need a tad more. Just to add a teeny bit of water. Just to get my bristles back. And then we could end up just kind of doing this. And there it is. So yeah, that's going to turn out pretty darn good. I like that. So, well, there's some areas in there. We want to try to get in there. That is going to be a bear, so I think we're going to need a smaller brush. So we'll let that one down. And no, I don't want that one. I want something that can get right into that little bit there, and I think that's this brush. So we'll just put a tiny bit on here. And let's see. We got that. So I'd like it a little bit darker. So we're gonna need a little bit more. Kind of like that much. Yeah, there we go. Looks a lot better. Breathe. Okay. I still got to remind myself to breathe from time to time, which is odd. So we can do some brown straps here. Those little feathery things kind of along there, I'm kind of wondering what we should do with that. On the picture, the reference picture, it doesn't have those, but we do here, so maybe we can do something crazy like a little bit of yellow. Or red. Red might be good, or a red-ish, kind of like maybe an orange. So we could have some brown, some orange. You know, we'll have the silver in there. We got the chainmail underneath, so we could definitely do that with silver, and then we could hit that with a maybe a wash. And we will try to get this back into shape. So we're good there. So there that is. So we can do our browns. We could do our brown. And so we got brown on this strap here and there. Where else could we do brown? We have the straps and the rings there. That could be brown. And where else could we do brown? I think that is where we will do brown. Interesting, interesting. Let's go ahead and do that. So for that, I think what we can do is like a satchel brown. This is going to be really a dark brown. We could go back and we could do, yeah, let's do our fire drake. Our tried and true fire break, or fire drake. And we should be able to knock that out pretty good. So we shall come in here. I don't know if I'd probably want to do another color on the outside of this. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. Or should I just make this whole strap brown? I'm thinking the whole strap brown. Because I'm not sure exactly how I would go about what color I would put on there besides brown. So I heard the thing on the computer, so I know somebody said something, but I don't have my tablet here. Again, this brush isn't really the best because it's a little jacked up. there's the brown for that. I think that'll work out. I think we're good. So again, that fire drake works out good. Now we'll do the other side. So again, I think we'll just do the whole strap. So take a breath and we'll go and we'll just do that right there. And then another breath. We should be good. There we go. That's a little bit of a different color. So it'll be a little bit different than what we have on the back, I think, is what it looks like. Which will be good. Because we don't want to have like the same brown everywhere. See how that brush kind of just bleh. So yeah, we've got a little bit of a different brown on there, which I think will work. We got that, got a little bit there, and a little bit more there. That one little spot, seriously. Seriously, really? You're gonna make me do a tiny, tiny bit. That's what you're gonna make me do. Tiny bit, right there. And right there. Oh, and we missed a spot. Or not a spot, but it just needs more up on the top of there. And the bristles sprayed out again. Seriously. Let's see if we can fix this real quick. Again, just kind of go through, boom, a little bit of water. And just run it across to kind of get that. And crisis averted. Nice. So yeah, if you make a mistake, get after it. Get after it quick. No one will know. Except for you, me, and whoever watches the video. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. And since this brush has given us problems, let's just go ahead and switch to another brush, because this one is going to be too big. And this is going to cause us problems, especially when the bristles go all bleh and spread out all over the place. So we'll just try to put this back into place. We'll let this dry and then, or let it soak. Then we'll go back and clean that. So we will use this one here because we're doing some more detail stuff. And I think either that one or thinking this one. Even though it's a smaller tip, problem is that the paint is going to dry a lot quicker, so I need to work a little bit faster. But since we don't have a lot to do, I think that's doable. So again, we're just going to go down here, and it's not a real big thing on these because it's just those rings with the little belt buckle. See, it's already drying. It's like quick. And we're not putting a lot on there either, so. And we'll just do that. Inside the ring. And boom. So we're good with that. And it does go across the back. So we will need some more. And now I guess we could just go here. We'll just go ahead and just do brown on that area there. And we'll do the brown on there. And like I said, we'll come back. I haven't decided the color for that little bit there. I'm not sure what we could end up doing there. And just a tad more. Just kind of fill that in a little bit. No one's really going to notice that. And then the bottom part, let's go ahead and do leather on that band and on the bottom, so that way we can just make it easy. So just leather on this as well, just to make it easy. I mean, if you wanted to go hard, you could. Go hard or go home, isn't that the saying? But I don't want to go too hard. You go too hard, it can hurt. So we don't want to do that. So that looks good. That'll work. A little bit. Then it dried. Tiny bit more. Was it right in there? Yep. And a little bit there, and a little bit more there. And there we can call that good. Now, are there any other brown that we need to do? I don't think so. So that has turned out pretty good. How does that look as far as? That is pretty good. So now, what we can end up doing, again, we're going to work from the base, from the lower level, and work our way up. So what we end up having is silver on that chainmail, which goes all around the back. And yeah, I think we can do that next. So say goodbye to Fire Drake, which I like that color. I like the Fire Drake. And what we'll do is we will go to the silver, broadsword silver. Kind of do those details. We can do the spikes on the shoulder pads and that little outline. We can do those rings on his elbows that we just saw. We can also do some silver right across here. So that'll be some contrasting. And I guess I didn't clean that last time. And the chainmail. So let's do the chainmail first. And we'll just get underneath right there. And boom. That's going to come out nice. I need a little bit more. So you can see how that just goes in there, fills in all those holes, those recesses, And that is going to be nice. So yeah, a little bit of detail goes a long way. And then we've got a bunch of it on the back that we need to run. Let's add just a tad more. Speed paints make this so much easier. And again, it's the zenithal process, or your dry brushing, that's going to create those shadows and that depth that is really going to show the difference. So you can see on the back here, we got some darker areas and we got some lighter areas on here. So yeah, that worked out really well because we see some differences in that back piece there that are lighter and darker, but that's because of the zenithal. Some places were lighter, some places were darker, kind of lighter up on these, on the top of the back there, and then some little highlights there, so, and some darker in the middle there. So I think that worked out good. It worked out well, I think. And now we'll do the little rings. And we're just gonna touch those just a little bit. And again, it's very small, but these speed paints do really well. So you can see we got that going on. Might need a little correction here. Crisis averted. So let's move on to something bigger like the silver on here. So we need definitely a good amount. And bit of a spill on there. I could go back and see if we can't clean that up a little bit right in there. Kind of push that away. So I think we got. I think we're good on that. And then the rest of this, I think we're good. You got the silver on there. You got a little bit in there, but we could hide that with a little bit of a wash. So I think we'll be all right with that. A little bit of a darkened wash in there. And we can redeem that. So now let's make sure that we don't do the same mistake again. Just want to get the bottom. And then we'll take more time and we'll do halfway and then we'll do the top here. Yeah, much better. So that worked out good. Oh, and then we can do this here. We'll just take the side of the brush and we'll just kind of run that across the top. Get that little bit of silver there. I mean, you could try to paint it straight, but every time I do, I'll screw that up. So if you just go to the side on that raised area, you can just get that paint to, it's almost like edge highlighting. Of course, then I screwed up right there. But we can fix that real quick. By kind of washing that away. Hopefully. Not too bad. You can always go back and do a little bit of that occultic cloak to hit that little piece right there. I'm not going to worry about it because it looks all right. We'll do a little bit of distressing work, so that'll kind of redeem it. We'll hide it. Redeem. It's another word for hide. And we'll do the rings on here. So let's wash the brush. And we'll do a little bit more. I see some areas where I missed some gold. Some gold on there. So again, it turned out good, not bad. Just kind of get it in the hole. You get it in the hole, you're good. Just don't get it in the wrong hole. Because that might not be good. Remember to breathe. Those turned out good. So what other silver things we could do besides this top piece here? We've got this recessed area here. And I think what we'll do is we'll save these for red, those areas, and then we'll do some different type of color there, kind of like bungee cord looking color. His hair is going to be black, so we'll do that. I think we'll do some silver. It's hard to tell on some of the colors, but maybe we could do, it's almost like his nipples, nipple covers. He's got some massive nipples. So what do we do with all of that? Interesting. We could do some silver here, and then we could do gold. So we could do silver and then gold, and then you have the silver for the chainmail. Then we can come back and do the gold again. So let's do silver, gold, silver, gold. So we'll do the silver on that top band. Does that sound good? We shall see. So yeah, that'll work. So we got the silver on there. That silver is really nice. I mean, that is really, I like that. And it goes on there so nice too. So silver, gold, and then maybe we could do this in silver as well, this piece here. And then we could do the inside with like, I don't know, maybe a black again. And then another gold. Something like that. And then maybe a silver on that dot there. We can go back and do that. So we can go in and then we can do the gold. Maybe do the silver around that part of his chest plate as well. Let's do that. So I think that'll look good. And then we'll go on this side. Kind of got that. That's a heck of a lot of detail to do on there. Maybe we'll do a little. I don't know. In the reference picture, he's got, the cool looking hammer. Of course, that's shining some light, so we can't really tell. But maybe we could do like a purple in the center there, and maybe we could do, because we kind of see like blue-ish or something. We could try to mix that up a little bit into there. So let's do. You know what? We could do that ashen cloak on the little parts on the inside, and then we could do some silver on that, then do purple on that center one. I don't know. Interesting. Interesting. So let's go back to our cultist cloak, which is here. It's turned out pretty good so far. And we'll see if we can just hit some more little tiny areas that we can get with that. To these areas here like that. And like that. And then here. And then there. Oh, it's drying out already. And again, this stuff just goes on there like a wash. So yeah, we got a little bit of color in there. Not bad. And let's do a little bit in there. And then we'll do a little bit there, there. So I think that's all right. What we could end up doing, of course, we'll do silver on these parts here, kind of the raised area. We'll do the purple and then we'll do the silver. And then I'm not sure what we could do for his nipple covers. Breastplate. Nipple color thing. Let's do a purple. I want to do purple. So we're going to look for a purple. We got a couple of options for purple. We have Purple Swarm and Moon Lake Coral. I like the Purple Swarm. So we'll go ahead and we'll just do that little dot in the center there. And maybe we could do some on this bottom piece as well. Oh, I was going to do some occultic down there too. Dang it. Well, no problem. We can go back and we can hit that real quick. Well, that dried up quick. I know I should probably be using a palette, but yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't use the palette, the supplied palette. Just go over that like that, run our finger across it, and we are basically good. Just put a little bit of color on there. Now we can do our purple. Alrighty, back to purple. But this purple is going to be really, really fine and detailed. So we're going to use a really tiny brush, which I got this in Korea, Hua Hong 320, whatever that means. Just prep that a little bit. We're going to do our Purple Swarm. Get some color into this guy. Didn't World of Warcraft have that movie out? I think it did. So we got that there, and we can do the little dot here for the purple. So we got a little bit. Maybe we should do the purple there. Sure, why not? I'm not sure what we'll do on the rest of this. Those are some big covers or pasties that he's got going on. Okay, I can dig that. That can work. And we can do this one too. And of course I got it in the ring, but I can wipe it off real quick. Gotta pay attention to what I'm doing. How I'm doing it. Oh yeah, look at that. That looks good. I like that. And I think that's it for the purple. So we're good there. We can put some more gold in there around that on the chest pieces, and maybe we could just make the gold the crisscross and kind of like the cross in the center. It could be gold. I think that'll be work. And then we'll do some gold on this little piece down here. Great idea. I think I'll do that. So I got my purple fix in. Got that. Ooh, oh no. My purple cap came off. I'll have to put some super glue on that and super glue them down. So, we'll do a gold around the chest piece there. And then those lines, because I think that'll work. I was thinking about doing something else, and then it's like, this makes more sense. We'll have that contrast between that occult cloak and the I just don't want to screw it up. Of course, nobody wants to screw it up. Of course, I should have done a gold first, now that I'm thinking about it. And then I should have went in and did the purple, but you know, live and learn. And it's just got those little tiny edges in there. Small crisis averted once again, but we can always go back and we can just do a second color of purple on there to cover that up. I just need to take my time a bit and I'll just do the outside, and of course I get it on the ring again. As I just said, I was going to take my time and pay more attention to detail. I don't. So I will try better. Don't forget to breathe. Okay, not too bad. It turned out all right. You just do a little tiny touch up on there with the purple, but I think we're good on that. Now we'll do the straight lines. On here. That off real quick. Breathe. How's that look? Did it turn out all right? Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. We got a tiny little area. Seriously. Right in that cloak area. Yeah. It's a little noticeable, but not too bad. So that's what we got so far. How does that look? Yeah, that's about where we need to be. So we can go through and we can hit the gold on that piece there. So a little bit more. And we're running out of gold stuff. But that is kind of the strap. Oh, we can do the silver and then we can do the gold. So I forgot to do the the strap on the silver. So we will just do this, and then we can go back and hit that. And it's right up against that silver. But it's got that little lip. Okay, we did it. Yay. And then now we just need to do the rest of it. It comes over here. And the silver's gonna, or the gold's gonna be on the bottom. That brown is gonna, I shouldn't have done that brown on those straps, I wasn't paying attention. But it's gonna be on the back, so I think that, you know, only you and I will know that it's jacked up on the back, so. So don't tell anybody. We'll do that, and then we could do the silver on the top, and that should be okay. So we got a little bit more gold to go on this here. There's a tiny bit of silver I need to do on there. Dang it. But yeah, I think that is. How's that work out? That works out good. And then we can do some gold. Let's do gold on this thing right here. This little dot. I get some good contrast. We'll do a little bit of gold on this dot. We got a tiny half dot down there. Tiny half dot right there. So we got that. And then we got a little bit of gold to do on the front. That will, I don't know what you call that, filigree? I don't know, that little area there. Now this, I gotta be pretty careful. Because I just want to get that top edge like that. Breathe. Okay, breathe. Don't forget to breathe. And I think we're just about good. How'd that turn out? Whew. That looks good. I like that. Turned out well. Now the silver, what we can end up doing, we got a lot of silver work that we need to do. So, or we can come back and we just do gold on this top part. Yep, that's what we're gonna do, remember? Thank you for reminding me. I thought, I was all excited, I thought, hey, we're done. I was like, why is that a little dull? And it's like, oh yeah, because it's not painted. So we'll do the gold on this. And I got a little bit too much on that bottom. But I don't think it'll be noticeable because it's on that other, it's on the downside. Ooh, that looks good. So let's go ahead and we'll do this. So we're on a faint bead of gold right along that back there, because that kind of peters out anyway. And we need to do the top. So we need a little bit more. So right on that piece. And there we've got that. Oh, we need a little bit on that. There. How's that look, folks? Not bad. Not bad for government work. Maybe we should do gold again on this piece here where the black is. It's almost like that's his skin, but you don't see any, it's covered up with something. So it's not skin, but that just kind of looks odd, out of place. But we're good. So we will end the gold. The gold rush is over. I don't know if you knew this, but precious metals used to be a thing of which the American dollar was tied to. And then it was Nixon that took the U.S. off of the gold standard to where the U.S. money supply became a fiat money system that is no longer based on precious metals. And then it's interesting, if you look at gold certificates in buying contracts for gold instead of actually buying real gold, you'll find out that there's more gold certificates and more silver certificates or contracts for silver than the actual silver. Yeah, can you say manipulation? I knew you could. Let's go back to silver. Talking about silver, precious metals, we will do the little rivets on this, and then we will do the spikes. So we got a significant amount of silver that we can do. So back to the silver. Yeah, back to silver. Broadsword silver. Brought to you by Army Painters Speed Paint 2.0. Get your speed and your paint on at the same time. Okay, dots are us. Let's start off on the back because I need to see how my brush is going to go. And that's a lot of paint. But we can just brush that off and we're good. So let's go ahead and do that one. And we can do that one, just barely touch it. That's silver. It's almost like I want to do a brighter silver, but we're just going to stick with the speed paints. And breathe. So that comes out good. Nice. And now we'll do these little ones on the back, which are barely raised. Thank you, model maker. Breathe. Okay, got those. So we'll tie a tiny bit more. And we'll start doing these on the back. Need to do some gold touch up. trying to find places to touch. Hold this thing. Thought it was like, oh, I see fingerprints. It's like, no, that's the layer lines. A little bit of layer lines that we got going on. So we gotta be careful because once I add paint, it's a lot. Ooh. Okay. Whew. Crisis averted. And we can start doing these over here. Alrighty. A little bit of shaking, but not too bad. We got those in there, so congratulations. We still got some silver parts on that little outline and then the spikes. Breathe. So I think what we'll end up doing, so I just don't want to, you got to be really careful about hitting, you know what, I'm going to use that smaller brush. Or do I have a smaller brush? Or is this the smaller brush? This is the smaller brush. Got a little bit of a problem. We just want to do straight lines. That's all we want to do. Breathe. I need paint. I need paint. I need paint and I need to breathe. So I'll just a little. I think that's good enough for government work. So now let's do this other side. Oops, give it a bit too fast. As I go faster. Put in a tad bit more. Just run this bead. Got a little bit in there. Maybe we could touch that up with some brown. That's a lot there. I think that's all right. Okay, so that's what we got. Yeah, I've screwed up on this side, you can see. We can go back with that occultic cloak and hit those areas here real quick. But let's drive on with the silver. We'll do the spikes, because those shouldn't be too bad. I did notice so that works. Load up with some more silver, go on to the next one. Breathe. Breathe, breathe. Okay, so we got that. So now we can do the other ones. 1, 2, 3 more spikes and we should be good with silver. We can just do a little touch up on like the fire drake and that occultist cloak for filling in those little problem areas that little mistakes that I made. And the silver covers up like that brown, so I got some brown on these spikes, but those turned out okay. So that's not too bad. Whoever made this model did a real good job on it. So kudos to whoever did this. One more spike. got that. Whew. I think we're good with silver, folks. I think. I think what we could end up doing, because it's got the red in like those areas there, kind of like the bands of those braids, we'll do those in red, but it looks like there could be some gold in there. And then I think for the, like this bungee cord looking thing, that scrunchy whatever, maybe we could do that in a brown. So red, we could throw some green in there as well, kind of a brighter green, maybe give a little bit more color, but that might draw away from the face too much. But his face, he's got that nose ring, so we gotta go in there and put a gold nose ring. And then of course the bone color for his teeth might actually stray from that and do some skeleton bone for his teeth. So yeah, we might stray from the Army Painter 2.0 speed paints. We'll see how that goes. Hair's gonna be black. So I think we can do the black first, and then we can come back with that other stuff and see how that goes. So, silver, it was nice knowing you, but you gotta go. It is time to go. Seriously. The joys of live video. Seriously. It's like the arm, I can barely get it. Okay, so let's see what we got here. That is pretty good. So what did I say we're going to do? We're going to do the black. We still got those little feather things that we could end up doing. Remember how we were talking about maybe doing that in some orange? I don't know if would that detract from that. That's bright red. If we do bright red, then we can do something like slaughter red, which is, that's poppy red. Where was it? Slaughter red. We could do the slaughter red for those little things on his beard. But I wonder if we should do some orange with those little things. That would give some. Or we could do murder scene. Seriously? That would be a little different shade of purple. And then for those little feathered areas, it'd be a little bit different purple. Hey, let's run with it. I think that'll work. We got a little purple motif going on. Oh, I forgot some silver on the dots. Those two dots right up there. I forgot. Dang it. So close. Just when we thought we were done, silver comes back and says, no, you're not. Okay. Welcome to the show, Mr. Silver. So we'll just do that for Mr. Silver there, and that for Mr. Silver there. And we should be good to go. Let's do a little once over. Silver, silver, silver. Well, we got the buckles. We got a little buckle action in there. I think I'm going to save that for my ultra tiny brush. Oh. Yeah, I did that. Just not enough. Or maybe I just touched it and brushed it off. I think think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, silver. Okay, I won't say that we're done with silver. We might be done with silver. We'll see. We will see. Murder scene. Murder scene red, which is kind of a purplish color, which I think will work for those little feathery things on his arm and around his waist. We'll see how that goes. And we'll do a test on the back. How's that? To see how that'll look. And that might end up okay. But we might have to do each and every one of those. So that's not too bad. Kind of cheat a little bit on those. But then we got that side, we got the top side. So we did the underside, now we just need to do the top side because that's a definite, you can definitely see that. Just kind of fill that in a little bit. Got some edges on there. Seriously? It's almost like I need my super nerd glasses. Here's not so bad. So I can pretty much get those. Just kind of do that, and then we need to come back on the tops and just get those little edges in there. See if we can just punch that in. That's not too bad. Thought it would be a little bit lighter, but it's not. Get some of those top edges, but you know what? I think that'll work. Gives in a little bit of color, not as light as what I was hoping for. Should we change? Should we change? That's the question. We could go for a purple swarm, which is what we ended up with those. Dry. Let's try. Let's go for the purple swarm. Let's see how that goes. Murder scene. We thought that was it, but we got to leave the murder scene behind. Who names a paint murder scene? Let's try this on the back first so we can see what this will look like. Let me just kind of brush across here because it's not really. Yeah, I think it can work. I think that can work. We need some more paint. I think somebody left a comment, but my tablet's dead, so I can't see the comment, but I heard the little ding on my computer in the background. Oh yeah, I think that'll work. So the purple swarm is going to look okay. I'll tie in that purple that we have up top for his top there. Problem is that other stuff is just kind of, that was kind of a dark, that was like too dark. That other stuff that we did, so I don't know if that's redeemable, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And again, let's, ooh, that's a lot. See if we can redeem some of this on the back. See if we can just kind of hit those. But they'll be darker because we had that darker stuff already on there. So I don't know if that's going to do much. Put a little bit in there. Yeah, not too bad. I don't think it'll be too terribly noticeable. Not too bad. But it'll kind of be, you want to hear a good excuse? A little darker here because I want you to, the darker is going to lead towards the center where the focus is going to be at. So I purposely made it darker. Yeah, right. Sure you did. And you got a couple little areas down there. So I think that's good. And I want to say we're good with purple. I think we are. We're done with purple. Maybe. For the most part. Might have to come back and touch up something. Because we've had to come back and do different things. So I'm not going to say we're done. But purple came out good. Now, we can do the hair, which is going to be black. Well, no, it's got brown. He's got brown. I could do black, but then it's kind of like a blackish brown. Blackish brown? I don't know. We've got our grim black. Maybe we could do a little bit of brown in there. Ooh, let's mix some speed paints. Togetherness. See what we get. I mean, it's almost like it's okay the way it is now. I mean, it seems like kind of old, kind of an old guy like me. With the hair the way it is there, honestly. So we got the grim black. We could just Occultist cloak, we don't want that. Ashen stone, we don't want that. I think this is where we're gonna make our money, unless we just do the wash on the black from the regular Army painter set. Let's try this. And if maybe we can thin this out. We could get this to look not as dark, but we could still get it into the recesses of the hair. And so I'll just do a drop like that. And then we'll add some drops of water and we'll draw that and see if we can't make something just a tad lighter. So we've got our paint, we've got our water drop. So it looks like it's about 50-50. And what we can end up doing, we'll just draw some water up over here, draw a little bit of that over here, and pull that over here. And then we'll draw a little bit more water to make it lighter. We'll see how that goes. That's a big difference there. So let's just do a little test area and see what we got. Honestly, I don't know. That's not going to do much. Let's just dry that out. I'll try the little bit of darker. Oh, I think that'll work. Maybe that little bit of in between. Not as dark, but dark enough to where we could get in the recesses. Let's see how that looks. I don't know. Maybe the dark is the way to go. 'Cause that does bring out the hair. Maybe just a tiny bit. Then we can still get the little bit of gray in there. Yeah, maybe just good with the dark, because we can still get some of the white in there. We still get that definition. So just a tiny bit. Oh, that's a lot of dark. That's not too bad, I don't think. So just a tiny bit of that color in there, and I think that'll be all right. So we just kind of throw this on here like so. Throw some on the back. I really should just orientate this so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, I think this will work. So we still get some details in there, but we still get it. It's not like black. I don't want to do the brown because then that would be too much brown, I think. I want to make this guy a little bit older, kind of like me. I think that could work out well. I do indeed think it will work out well. So we got a little bit of, and I think well, I want to put some. Yeah, I think I do. There's a little bit of details in there, look good. For the eyebrows. Now we need to get the top of the eyebrows. Like that. So I think that's going to work. We'll just kind of continue on. Doing his little hair. I think we can go a little bit darker. Really kind of get those recesses. Here, do that. So we got the front, we need to do the sides. And I don't want to touch there. Got a little bit of side action. Got some side action there. And then on here, tiny little bit there. Tiny little bit on there. So I think that'll work. And then when we do the nose ring, we'll do the teeth, the fangs and stuff. We'll do that with a, teeth will be bone colored. I think we could do the skeleton bone, that'll really make that pop. And then the eyes are going to have to be some kind of high vis green, which is probably going to be the shamrock green, which turns out really nice. And then we can do all these things here. So I think we're good with that. With the hair, we just need to do the little things and we should be good. Quick little cleanup of our palette. And but it's got the gold rings on the top and then the red in the center. So the question is, do we do the gold rings first and then slap the red on there, or do we do the red first and then do the gold rings? Decisions. While we're waiting for that on what we should do, we got a couple areas that we could clean up on here to where I messed up and put some silver on there. We'll go back to the occultist blue or occultist cloak. And then we could go back to our fire drake. We can fix up a few little mishaps that we had there. Get off there. And just some minor touch-ups. So like right in there. That's where I had those problem areas. Where I had the gold touched in there. So now that we've had more than enough time for that to dry, I can kind of bring that in there and clean that up. So there, that worked out. And a little bit, tiny bit there. Fair amount there. So where we had the gold run over the edge. And right in there. So I'll just go through and just do a quick little pass. Like that, and that is fixed. I think we got a little bit there. There. And a little bit there. And a tiny bit there. Okay. I think we're good on that, and we can do some tiny little touch up on with the fire drake that we used for the top brown looking shoulder pieces. Which fire drake is, I like that color. Just tiny little touch-ups. That's a lot, so gotta be careful. So just a wee bit like that. A tiny bit there. Tiny little bit. Breathe. Breathe. Got a little tiny spot there. So we got that. We got the other side. We got a good run that we got to do. We got like right down there, that piece, and then a run right there, a little bit there, tiny bit there. There, and then a little bit there. Man, just tiny bits. Tiny bits. Kibbles and bits, And that is just going to be I'm going to call that good. I think we're good. We still got to do some little, dang it. We still have silver to do on the buckles. Dang it. Silver keeps popping back up. But at least all that looks good for the most part. And just a tiny little edge there. And tiny bit there. We're calling it good. You could nitpick this to death, and you'll just be here forever. So we don't want to do that. So, I don't even know how long we've been here. It's like 6:04 in the afternoon on Saturday the 9th, 77 degrees here in Korea. And we're still rocking on with our guy here. Turned out pretty good. The other thing we could end up doing is doing some highlights that I'm just thinking, like right on his eyebrows. We could do some little edge highlighting on the top of his ears, maybe on the edges of where the gold is at, to try to do a little silver, some gash marks and stuff like that to show kind of some wornness. But let's go back to our friend, Mr. Silver. Again. And then the question is the braids holders on his hair for his ponytails. Remember, we're going to do the purple, but then it's going to have the small gold ring. So do we do the gold first or the purple first? I'm not sure. So what were we going to do? Buckles. That's right. That's what we're going to. Ooh, and we need to do really small. So this is too big. So we're going to go for our master. This brush here, which is just like a few hairs. And we'll see if we can do these buckles and do the buckles justice. But this small of a brush, the paint dries like super quick. So let's see if we can do that. We can do a little bit of draw. Yep, we're able to get that. And we'll just do that like right there. So that came out okay. Now for the other side, we'll reload this up. Let's see if we can't get a steady line in there, which we did, and we got a steady line there. Seriously? It's already dry. Told you this stuff, it will dry quick with that very little amount of paint. So now we got a good decent amount. I think we are good. So yeah, we got our buckles in there. This one was a little rough. Let's see if we can clean that up a little bit. That's good enough for government work, isn't it? I mean, it's under, and you're gonna it's gonna be kind of hard to see unless you really bring it up close, but I think we're good. With that, I am seeing where see where you got the buckle and then you got that strap there. Wonder if I should make that black. Sure, why not? Why not? We can do it. We're not saying goodbye, silver. We're just saying we'll see you a little later. So let's go back for some black. We'll just hit those straps real quick. Do I really need to do it with this? I don't think so. That's going to be really small. I think I can use a little bit bigger one. I just like saving this brush for, you know, the really, 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 really small detail stuff. And with that, where is, excuse me, I gotta get my hair gel. Today's episode of Painting with the Varied Life is brought to you by Axe Firm Hold Gel. Great for your brushes in keeping their tips. Trying to keep everything like pointed. So a little gel hold there, be good to go. And this isn't something, I just learned this recently because my tips on my paintbrush had like a little hook in it, like a little hook nose thing deal going on. And it's like, and then somebody said, no, use hair gel and, you know, hold it, bring it into a point after you clean it and everything. And I was like, oh, okay. So things I should have known earlier but didn't. Because yeah, you can see a little bit of the hook on that. I don't know if that's in focus or not, but there's a little bit of hook in there. So let's do the black little buckle thing. And we will do that. Just to give a little bit of, I mean, it's not a real big thing, but it's a little thing. It's the little things in life that matter, supposedly. Let's see if I can find, yep. So that's all we want to do is put a little bit of black. That other one needs more. So yeah, I think that's good. So thank you, Mr. Grim Black. Appreciate you helping us out today. So now we're it's kind of like, let's put off everything else and because we got to do that purple gold ring thing that we're talking about. And I don't know what to do first. Let's do the purple first, and then we can come over with the gold metallic because that should be have a little bit more coverage in it. So hopefully that'll be the case. And we want some red, so we got a couple of choices. We've got Carmine Dragon Red. We've got Slaughter Red, which is pretty good. But I haven't used the Carmine Dragon. What other red do we got? Poppy Red. Nope, I like this one. This looks like a really bright red, kind of like what we see in our reference picture there. I think that'll work. So let's dive into the Carmine Red. So paint that, and then we'll do the little gold rings which are really small. And we'll see how that goes. That should be good. And we are off to the races. Too bad there's not like a place we can just practice this, but there it is. Ooh, that's gonna be nice. That is some red. Look at that. Did I get it all? Yeah. Well, a tiny little bit in there. See if I can push that in there. Yep. How's that red gonna come out? That's gonna look good. So let's go ahead and we'll do the other side. Load this up. We'll do the other one. Yep. Okay, got it a little bit onto the that little piece there. Kind of minimize the redness on that ring a little bit. So yeah, it's gonna look good. And we'll just keep popping with the red. So let's work it. Work that red, work it. And just a tad right there. And then we'll do this over here. Oh yeah, that's gonna come out nice. That's gonna be good. We'll load her up again. We'll do this one on the bottom. Not bad. Let's load this up again a little bit. How's that look? Not bad. And I think I'll end up doing these too under his beard. Oh, we got a couple more down here. Man. And then we'll come back and we'll accent those with the gold. We can keep a steady hand. There. Get a little bit more in there. Yep. That's gonna come out good. That looks nice already. That's not bad. I like that. So let's do the one on his beard. gotta run away onto his beard. But we can soak that up real quick. Okay, that works. So again, let's load this up. Let's just clean this off and redo that. Start anew. Now we will do this one. Yeah, my hands shake a little bit. I'm almost 59, so it is what it is. But for the most part, pretty good. It's not bad. Breathe. We're good there. And that little piece there, man. That little piece in there is like tucked in there. So it's going to be interesting to get that gold in there. But there it is. So we got that. And these bungee cord looking things. I'm not sure what to do with those. Because we'll have the little gold rings on the on the bottom and the top of where the red is at. But as far as like the bungee cord stuff there, maybe we should do some black, like black. I don't have any other red that we need to do that I can see. Leave that open. That. And if we do the gold, we're going to have to use that real tiny brush again. So we're going to have to go back to that. To our uber tiny brush for that little bit of gold. Man, that's just going to be, to get off that gel hold axe firm hold gel. So we got to go back to gold. Get those little tiny details. Yeah, we got to find something to do with like the bungee cord action that we got going on. I'm not sure what we're going to do with that. But this is going to be interesting because these are really small. And you know what? I'm going to get my geek on, my geek super glasses, so that I can see a little bit. And the problem with the geek super glasses is that not only can you get those really fine details, but you can see all of the small things that you screwed up. So like on the bottom of this, on the underside of this, I can see that there's a number of things like I could go back and do. Go figure. Looking in a microscope at your problems makes them bigger. So there's something to be said for being far away. Okay, so let's go ahead. See if we can get that. Some of that bled into his beard. It's not too noticeable. This isn't too bad. But I think for as small of a detail as it is, I don't think it's gonna be crazy to like this is just way too much detail. Wow, you can really see. throw the super geek glasses on, and you can really see all those areas that you're like, holy crap! Look at all those problems. But without the super geek, it's not that bad. Man, that little tiny brush just dries out the paint so quick. Really need to work on that quickly. Come on now. So we got that. Man, that's tiny. This just gets crazy. Wow. Crazy. It's coming out good. It's just small and tedious. Then you see all the other problems that you ended up doing too. You can see where, man, that you thought you did a good job on, it's like, hey, I really screwed that up, didn't I? The closer I get to it, but far away it's not too bad. It looks pretty good at that distance, but when you put on the 3.5x or the whatever the magnifiers are on this thing, then you really start saying, oh man, that is horrible. I really need to clean up. Wow. Things you wouldn't see with the naked eye. I don't know, it depends on your vision. My vision is a little rough, but once again, it dries out super quick. So Super Geek glasses activate. Now what? Yeah, the light is on. Okay. Let's see, I wish it was brighter. And there's still areas I wish I could clean up. But I think this is gonna be, wow. Thank you, Super Geek glasses. So, and our Hop Light Gold. So that's what we end up having so far. If you can check that out, I think it looks pretty good. Of course, when you zoom in with the 3.5x or 4x, whatever it is, the magnification of those goggles, you can really see some areas where it's like, oh no, I bled into that. But now we need to do something with that bungee cord looking thing. Because, yeah, there's that. What color are we going to do with that? If we go with black, that'll kind of be what we see, but if we do black, do we want to do another color on that? On those bungee areas right there? We got to change it. It's got to be different from the hair. So there's that. But I mean, that it looks pretty good. I'm really happy with that. That ended up not bad, but we got some work to do on the teeth. We could do some edge highlighting on the ears, the eyebrows, maybe a little bit of different colors on the forehead and the bridge of the nose, kind of the lip area, cheekbones, that we could put a little bit of a lighter color to get some more color in there, more contrast, more depth. Like I know what I'm talking about. I'm just doing. I haven't been doing this for long. Maybe 2 years. Maybe 2 years, something like that. But I'm just amazed at the people that paint that are like Ninjon and was it Illuminista or something like that? That those people and others are just insanely talented. I mean, it's just like you look at their stuff and you're like, I need to go back to my coloring book and eating crayons or whatever. And let's let that soak a little bit. If we do this color for the teeth, it's going to be bony, but it's not going to really be white-ish as compared to skeleton bone, because you can see what that does with white, but it's not really white. It's already darkened down, so I think we might have to use the skeleton bone. I know, heretic, blasphemy, what are you doing? I think that's what we have to do. So we're going to break away from Speed Paint 2.0, and we're going to get into the regular Army Painter War Paints. Or is that what they're called? Army Painter War Paints, yeah. The regular set, mega set, I guess it is. And it's got the ball in there, but these things are really, really thick. What I could do I have a skeleton bone for, that's barbarian flesh. That's matte white for the airbrush set. Bullwhack brown. Okay. Let's see what else got. Charred bone. That looks almost like, and these are way more diluted. They run a lot easier. These you would have to definitely water down a little bit. But the charred bone is a little bit darker. but I want the teeth to pop so I can do the skeleton bone. Let's just run the skeleton bone from the army painter. And I'll just put a little dab on there because we're not going to need much. See how it kind of pooped out and it's a glob? That definitely needs to get watered down. And let's let that sit a little bit. I'll just put a drop there. Got the same size as our paint on this palette. And let's mix it with a bigger brush. And we'll draw some water. Because we can end up diluting this out and making it a little bit that'll work. Just give that a quick soak. And we'll go to our little brush here. Kind of roll that in there. And now we could end up doing our fangs. You have to make the teeth so, and it went in there like a wash. There, that's a little bit better. That I don't know, it's kind of like soaking into the teeth there, or into his jawline, which I don't like. Maybe you should just go with thick skeleton bone. We could do mummy robes, but I think that would be too white. Be too daring. So let's do the smaller brush. And let's get our super geek glasses on. And we will slowly paint this. Oh yeah, this is much better. Yeah. Have to come back with a tiny bit of green to try to clean up that upper lip of his. Crisis averted. Yeah, we might have to. That's upper left. We might have to do a little bit, but I think well, there's another little piece. On the side of the tooth. Down with the thickness. Okay, I don't know who that is. So, we're gonna still need the Super Geek glasses because we're gonna have to go back to the gold. So skeleton bone is done because we need to do that gold ring that's in his nose. So back to the gold, but that's what we got so far. And then we still need to come back and do some highlighting on some areas like the veins in his arms. And yeah, this will be interesting. And I just noticed here, we've got these little circles. So this is supposed to be brown. That's not his skin. So the brown that we did there, we need to do and come back over here. I thought that was his body. Okay, so it's not. And we got rivets. So again, we gotta do more silver. Imagine that. What are the odds? Whoa. But it's fun because we're learning a lot. We're doing something that we don't normally do, and we're using our brain. Sometimes we're racking the brain, but that's okay. Let's switch from the from the super small stuff, and we will go back and we'll do that brown on the front because I just noticed that. It's like, that's not, his skin has like round things, and I'm like, yeah, pork skin isn't like that. It's got texture, but this dude's got like circles. And then that's when it hit me. It's supposed to be like a leather thing with some rivets in it. So the same color that we should have had on the back, it's on the front. So the color that we did on the back, satchel brown, or was it warrior skin? Was it fire drake? Oh no. Which one was it? Was it warrior skin? I don't think. I can't rewind the video. Let's go for satchel brown because I think the warrior drake was kind of the lighter. I don't think that's what this one was. So I think it was the satchel brown. That kind of, yep, that's what it was. Back to brown we go. So let's do this. Let's do this. I think we use this brush here. Go back to our satchel brown, which is okay because it's not a real tiny, delicate, intricate. We can just slap this on, and as long as we just don't get crazy with it. Put that green, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting brown. And then we got more silver to do. I think we can cover up the green with the brown. So let's give it a shot and see what happens. And maybe nobody will notice the difference of color. I mean, you all will know. I will know. But shh, they won't know. Boy, it's going to be dark. But it should lighten up as it dries. Hopefully. But it does have that green background, so it's probably going to dry a little bit darker. Yeah, why didn't I notice those circles? Okay. That's not too bad. We can kind of say, you know what? It's darker under the armpits because the shadows and the light coming down, so that's why it's darker. Right? Right? And then we need to come back on the back, and we need to do that silver. We always got to come back to silver. Silver is constantly like, no, I'm not going back in the box. You're going to, let's see if we just kind of play with some of this. Just kind of blend this in a little bit. Draw that across there, and then we'll do a little bit darker on the other side. Because again, that's what we plan to do, right? No. And then we need to do that silver too. Just kind of draw that up a little bit. Try to blend that in just a hair. Good as new. Back to the silver. Back to the silver we go. Because we like silver. And the wife is back. Hey, sweetie. Still painting, still doing my video. Mm-hmm. Hi, love you.
Love you too.
Love you more.
Okay.
Sure.
Took a while for me to find a parking lot.
Space, yeah.
Parking spot space.
Yeah, they're full.
Or full.
Yeah.
I have to park.
A ways away.
But I found the one, so.
Good, good, good.
Well, what do you get?
Right? And we will use this one for Mr. Silver because we've got a smaller band on the back. And let's see if we can't. Kind of went over into the gold. We kind of fix that a little bit. But it's the back, it's not that bad. Just take our time, take our time. Breathe. Woosah, whatever it is. There we got that. I think we're good. That's good enough for government work. So the teeth turned out pretty good. I don't think I'll have to do anything with that. But we do need to come back with that really, really bright green. And we'll see how that turns out. So silver, we might see you again. gold. Back to gold. Gold on his nose. We're going to need super small brush. And where did our gold go? And that is going to go, that goes there and that, okay, yeah, we're good. Gold nose ring. And I already got some other ideas. So with the purple that we have on here, with those 3 dots and then the one down there, I've got some gloss varnish that we could put on there to try to make that a little shiny. I think that would be good as well. Okay. Nose ring. We're going to need our super geek glasses. And a steady hand. Boy, that stuff just pours right in there. That is crazy. So how does that look? So pretty good, actually. That's doable. We will call that good. Thank you, Super Geek Glasses. Super tiny brush. That worked out good. And now we could probably go, what was I talking about, Don? Oh, the high gloss, the gloss varnish on the purple stones. We could do that. Let that sit on there. Wash it out later. Oh, the other thing we're going to do a little bit of an edge highlighting on his face to do some colors. And since that was the dark green, which was that the forest bright? Yeah, I don't know, it's hard to tell. Well, we're not going to use any of those. We need something lighter, which maybe this Gilly Do. That's kind of a bright. It's going to be a little rough. But it needs to be a little lighter. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Let's gonna do a color. I'll show you. This is going to be a little. That's dark. We need light, so that's not going to work. And all this speed paint is basically like a wash with some more pigmentation and whatever. So that is not really going to get us what we want because we need an actual lighter color to get on the forehead, the nose, the bridge of the nose, and things like that. So I think we're going to have to dive from speed paints over to our regular army paints to get those edge highlighting. So we need to pick a color, and we could do something like Scaly Hide, which you can kind of see that, and we get some, if we diluted that down, we could probably get some highlights off of that. So let's try that. This could work. Other colors that we end up having are necrotic flesh, which could work as well. But I think the scaly hide, let's start with that. And then we could always, if we want to do another highlight color, we could always go to that one and go a little bit lighter. So in other words, we could try to blend in a very small amount on the cheekbones, on the tip of the nose, part of the forehead. You know, we got some lines in there, and then on his bottom lip to kind of highlight those. And then we could even try to do like the veins in his arm, and see if we could do that. So with the super tiny brush and the super geek glasses. Yeah, this stuff is thick. Thick. So, ooh, that's a lot. Sorry. That was a lot. Came out when it wasn't supposed to. And I think what we'll end up doing is we will get some water. Put some water over here. And we will draw some of this over here. We'll draw some water. And get a little vein on the back there. Let's test it out with that. And we'll see if we can do a little highlighting with that. And then if that works, it turns out well. Man, that is really, maybe not. Maybe just go straight for the color. How does that look? It brings out some depth. Let's go ahead and run with that. We'll just do a small line. I think that can work. Stuff just dries so quick, like insanely quick. Which isn't too bad. Now the question is, can we do a little bit of edge highlighting? So let's add just a tiny bit of water to that. Just get off the edge of the nose. think that is going to work. Give a little bit of highlight on there. So I think that can work out. So we got that. And I think we already got, I'll just put in a little bit. And now the forehead. And it dries so quick. I mean, it's a little brings out a little bit more details, which is good. And let's do a little bit on the ears. Because ears are important. Hopefully for what it looks like where the sun would hit it. So we get a little bit of definition. Breathe. there. We do that on the other side, a tiny bit. So I think that's all right. I think that'll be good. And maybe just a hair more on that one ear. Yeah, but that is kind of put it thick on one part of that. I think that's okay. I think we're good. I think I'm stressing out too much over this. So, I think that's not bad. Maybe some really washed out. I think we're going to call that almost good. So yeah, so we got some veins on his arm. We got the little bit of highlights in there. Not the cleanest, but I'm happy with it. I wonder if I could blend that in a little bit. I'm just going to call it good. I'm not sure how to do blending with these things, but at least without the super deep glasses, you can see that it's got some lines on his face. You got some highlights on his ears and his nose and his cheek. I think we're good on that. And then we do have the veins that we turned out. That looks pretty good. And the other thing we could end up doing is putting a little bit more wash. You can actually put a dark wash in the recesses of his muscles. So, how about that? How about that? Let's sit for a little bit. And then down on the base, we got to do some stuff. So we'll do some other colors. I think we could throw some bronze on there for this base part, and then maybe some bronze on that, and then maybe we can do a little bit of stippling with a little foam brush or whatever. Try to get some worn areas in there. But we do need some. A little bit of help on that base. Gunner camo. We'll do the bronze and see how that works out for like the bands on this bottom band. We'll do bronze and then that top one, and we'll see how that looks. And then I would say we're almost pretty much done. Okay, wow. And it's only been, I don't know, let me see how long it's been. I've been at this for three hours and 28 minutes. Speed paints. Speed paints. Remember, these are speed paints. So it went from, doing something like this that didn't take as long, that's for sure. But we got a pretty cool looking guy that way. And then I had another figures up on there. But speed paints are working out pretty good. But you could put as much detail as you want. I think we went down this rabbit hole of speed paints. So this is kind of crazy. But I think you could probably do that with any paints. You could go as hard and as fast as you want, or slow as steady as you want. This is what we use. So it's really kind of, now if you were doing an army or a kill team or something like that, obviously you wouldn't take this much time. But when you can go through and boom, do your zenithal, and then you can end up, coming through with your blue, boom, do your blue, set it aside, do another one, do the blue. You could do like an assembly line type of thing. And then once you do all your blue, then what you could end up doing is doing your, your different colors, whatever the next biggest amount of paint that you're going to be using, which would probably be the silver in this case. And then you could go from silver to the gold, and then from the gold you could go to the black, like on the back of the legs here and underneath, brown, for the satchels, and boom, there, a little bit of gold up top, silver, and there is your, and we did a little bit of markings on edge highlighting and stuff, but yeah, you could really go through and do a kill team or something in a quick fashion and not as slow as this. So it's as fast as you want to be. You have options. But since this is a bust, and I'm really liking this, because when I did this guy, actually I used skin, on the skin I used inks for this guy, and then the regular paints and stuff like that. But this turned out really good. So I'm pretty happy with that. And the more I got into it, the more I wanted to spend time doing it, and it turned out really well. So from this, that's the reason why I wanted to go a little bit longer and harder with this, with the speed paints, to see what I could do with this, which I'm very happy about. So let's get to the bronze, the Talos bronze, and we'll get to the base. And we've got a little bit of a line here. We can do there. That Talos bronzes. I don't know, maybe we need to. Mix that up just a little bit more. But I'm pretty happy with the speed paints 2.0. I'm really, wow, I'm liking this. So now, let's go back to the Talos bronze. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. So we'll just go ahead and slap some of this on there. And that'll turn out good there. And it's okay. Might need a. Of course, this is the back, and no one's really going to see it. But that came out. That's a nice looking color. I like that. I think it looked better with a little bit more white, but then again, it's on the underside, so we didn't get a lot of zenithal on that, just because it's underneath. But breathe. Nice line across there. And that one's so far underneath, it's not really a big deal. So, yeah, that turns out nice. So let's go ahead and we'll do the bottom of that. Same thing, talos. Load it up again. We'll go to town. In case anybody cares, I'm Steve, the retired hobby tech guy, American expat living in Korea. Retired early, and yeah, liking it. Got into hobbies, started painting little Warhammer guys first, and then the price of the Warhammer guys made me utterly disgusted because it was way too small of a model to be charging that much. So that got me into resin printing. So I started printing the different Warhammer-like models that I could find for free. Yeah, it turned out nice, didn't it? And eventually, so I did a bunch of that. I don't play Warhammer. I mean, I'd like to, but it's just so expensive. And honestly, it's just, I kind of like the figures, and I think that's about it. I played D&D back when it came to the United States, or when it popped up, not when it came to the United States, but when it popped up in the United States in like, was it 1979 or 1980 is when I remember I got into that. And then, so I played that for a few years, and then in 1985, boom, I was in the Army. So, yeah, there's that. Let's see if we can do the bronze on that emblem. So, yeah, it ended up, that's what I ended up doing. And then I didn't do any hobby stuff until I retired and came to Korea, and I needed something to do besides going to the gym. And that's when I started doing the Warhammer stuff, painting the Warhammer guys, then got into the resin printing, and then after that I just recently got into FDM printing. So I got a little bit in there. I think we can fix that real quick. Maybe, maybe not. Yep. For the most part. So there we go. Maybe we'll do a little bit of edging with this as well. Edging's good. So you just want the brush to go right along the edge. That's the edging I was talking about. You just kind of bring it down. You just get a faint line like that. And then in that crack, just kind of fill that in with a little bit of there. And that's not too bad. So let's go ahead and we'll do the edge over here. Then the edge on the back side, just joking. That, so that turned out good. And now, tell you what we'll do a little bit of, to break up some of that white, the bright colors. We can get a little bit of dark, and what we can end up doing is using this just little foam thing, and we can do some spackling, not spackling, speckling, stippling. That's what I wanted. We'll do some stippling. So the question is, what color are we going to use? We need a dark-ish color. Cultist cloak. I think we need something a little bit darker. Maybe we need something like that, or we got dark stone. We got necromancer cloak. It's going to be too gray. Maybe we could do the dark stone from the regular Warhammer. And we'll stipple that on some of the areas on there. Kind of break that up. Maybe we could throw in some rust as well. Rust, or, well, we kind of sort of got rust. I've got some dirty down rust, and I also have dirty down moss, so we could throw some of that on there too. Yeah, the regular Army war paints definitely need watering down. The Army Painter airbrush set, they're already watered down, and actually those are pretty good for painting, just right out of the bottle with a brush, besides an airbrush. But the Army Painter, oftentimes I found that I needed to have to dilute those down to use them, and which is okay. But then the speed paints, yeah, that's, I'll have to mix that up a little bit. And let's just go use the back of this. And that'll give us kind of a little bit darker. Well, it's almost the same color, isn't it? Let's try it and see what happens. Stippling powers activate. So let's just start on the back. And what we can end up doing is just kind of that's not doing much. I mean, we're getting a little bit, but not like what I was thinking. But we can still do it. Again, a little bit of detail on there, even though it's small. You can still break up the vast expanse of what we got going on there. Just kind of hit it and quit it. And then we can come in with the some of that rust. So we got broke it up a little bit, a tiny little bit, not too much. Is that in? No, it's this end. So that is soaked enough. Let me put some, so I don't think we're going to need this again. So let me put some hair gel on this and try to get that thing straight. A little bit straighter than what it was. Try to nurse it back to health. It's just a little bit of a hook in it. Okay, and now what we can end up doing is we can use our rust from Dirty Down. This is really caustic stuff and comes from England, and so you're going to use a messed up brush. You don't want to use a good brush on this, and I think this is my messed up brush. Yep, this is my messed up brush. And this stuff definitely needs to get shaken up. A lot of sediment in the bottom of that bottle for that and the Dirty Down moss. When I first got this, it was almost like caked mud. And I had to stir it with a stick. Should be good. And again, this stuff is rough. So we shall take a look at this, and we can end up, wow, this kind of went quick, didn't it? See how that rust is coming out pretty good. I can really bring in some good color, or just breaking it up So it ends up kind of a little distressed. That's not too bad. It works out. I do a little bit more on that other side. Let's see how that goes. So yeah, that rust comes out pretty good. So it definitely adds a little bit of character on there. So that's good. But that'll mess up your brushes big time. It's like a really, really crazy thick. I mean, it's just rough. So we got that, and what we could end up doing. Every time I use that, I try to clean my brushes up from that. Just to, even though this is my messed up brush, because that stuff is just rough. And then we'll go on to the dirty down moss. I'll throw some moss down on the bottom, and I think we should call. Oh, we need to do the eyes. We didn't do the eyes with a super bright green. We almost thought we were done. But here is our moss, and that is, you can see the little white spot. That's the steel ball bearing that is not moving. There it goes. That's how thick that stuff is. Yeah, that's what we should be hearing. When I first got it in the mail, it was like, shake it up. I didn't hear anything. It was like, I wonder if they put a steel ball bearing in there or not. So I kept shaking and shaking, and then I had a different type of paint mixer or shaker, one that went around. Didn't hear it. I'm like, yeah, it's got a steel ball bearing in it. That's what they said. And yeah, I had to open up the bottle, get a stick, and stir it around to break the ball bearing free. So that was kind of a rough little deal here. This stuff is made in England, 25 milliliters. Screen Products Ltd. dirtydown.co.uk. So if you're interested in getting the Dirty Down Rust or the Dirty Down Moss, well, that's a lot better. You can go there, check it out, and order some. Yeah, look at how green that is. This is going to be caustic as well. So California, if you live in California, this would kill you. And let's just do... I think you'll dig how that comes out. just a little bit. So we got a little bit of different green stuff on there. We'll just do the last little splotches. Just kind of break it up. And even though that front is pretty white, we might even run a wash over that later. But breaks it up, changes up the base a little bit, so that way it's a little bit more interesting, and to some degree it's a little bit different than just the Barney Basic. Just a little bit too much white on there, so maybe a little bit of a wash. But those will eat up your brushes big time. So yeah, you're definitely get your crappiest wash, crappiest brush for your dirty down stuff, because it is just plays hell on your brushes. So whatever you do not use your good brushes. And we're gonna, and this is probably one of the worst brushes I own, but it still does a halfway decent job. But it's slowly going the way of the dodo. The other thing that we're going to do was high gloss varnish. So this is airbrush high gloss varnish. We'll use this for putting the gloss on there. The other thing you could end up doing also is, and where did I put it? Well, this stuff here, UV resin. So you can use UV resin, and then I think that got that over here. Yep. So you could use the UV resin and then put that on there, and then you can use your UV light to shine that on there, and that should technically. You could also do the varnish, but you have to wait a bunch. I have done use this. I speak English. But with that, I have used this. I'm thinking about using this now to put on those purple dots and to see how that works out. So let's just go ahead and do it. And we kind of do like that, and boom. And hopefully it didn't spread too much into the next, which I think it did. Dang it. But hey, it is what it is. But it does get that high shine on there. It just kind of crapped out on that edge. And what am I looking for? Maybe a knife. Or better yet, razor blade. Because maybe I can save this a little bit. If it didn't cure, nope, it cured. But it did get pretty shiny on there. So let's see if we can salvage this other one and not put as much. And then let's see if we can just kind of move that around a little bit and not go over the edges like that. We'll get our UV light. Ooh, I think that's going to work. That is going to work, ladies and gentlemen. We just need to be a little conservative on the amount of UV resin that we put on there. And look at that. That is, I mean, that one's good, but it kind of spilled over. That is perfect. Yes. Wow, that is good. Good. So let's do the one down at the bottom. That is a tiny amount. Which, that is a little bit more than what we wanted. But we could just shine that whole thing there. Or you can just wipe it off. And then we could just do a tiny little dot. Maybe just put a little bit on our blade here. And just get a little tiny dot on there. Like that. And then I think that'll work. It's gonna be a little messed up, but that is definitely doable. So we learned an important lesson here. We learned that a little dab will do ya. But that came out really shiny. That one came out perfect. That one came out a little messed up. But still, and then we got the one in the center we can do. That last little one. So we get a little tiny dot there. And then see if we can just drop it. Still kind of touching the hair a little bit on his beard. So if we can draw that out. That is not going to work. Is it just... That's doable. Let's go ahead and run with it. So yeah, that is really good to know. So we learned an important lesson with the UV resin is that we can get some really, really good reflective or shiny things to look like that. The center one we got a little bit. That one kind of spilled over, but that one's perfect. And then the one down there, yeah, so. But wow, yeah. So there it is. Could we do? What else could we do? We could do some edge highlighting. Feels like I'm on a roll. So we could do some more edge highlighting around the armor plates on the shoulder. We could do that and get a little bit of, with silver, again, silver is never going to go away. And then you could edge highlight this thing to death. So in other words, you could go back with silver, you could draw some really small lines with our super small brush. We could accentuate some of the cracks in there that we have in these shoulder pads, like right there. These little cracks, we could fill those or paint those with silver, and then we could do a little edge highlighting in silver as well. Back to silver, back. Now where's our ultra super small brush? Oh, there she is. So let's go back and do a little more silver. That UV resin trick though, that is good. I like that. That gives so many options for those purple areas on his breastplate. Of course, that one's the perfect one, but now we'll fill in some of the cracks on this. Let's get the super geek mode glasses. And we will paint some of those cracks. Which doesn't need to be big. It's just, again, it's just those tiny little details that break up all that gold. Need to make sure I don't do that over the model. That really adds some more depth. To it. So yeah, that's money right there. That is money. And even if there's not a crack, you could still go through and you could draw you could draw your own little lines and stuff like that, or little scrapes. And then you could also do the edge highlighting. So just do some scrape action here on the side, as you can see right there. Kind of break up the vast amounts of gold that we have on this thing. Again, just kind of hit it, just go down, and again that breaks that up, and then we could end up kind of just doing a little edge highlighting like that, especially like right there. Small baby brush is getting a workout today. Again, we can just run that across there on some sections, and where the light would reflect the most. Again, that's a super small brush, and it dries out quick. Go on the other side. See what we got. Like I said, this stuff dries so quick on this small, tiny brush. But sometimes that's what you gotta do. Again, we can just run that across and get some edge highlighting on the edges. That's a little bit. Maybe we can use another brush. Kind of get a little bit more on there, but we got to be careful. So. We're kind of looking at scuff marks or whatever. It's just the little details. So that looks a little bit better. And do a little bit there. Got a little bit of a mark there. That. So yeah, we could get pretty crazy with this. So always little touch-ups, always. But I think it could end up being pretty good. Just kind of the little corner areas. We can get a little bit of, just a little bit more money. Money. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be good. I could get up and doing a bit across there. But I think for the most part, we're done with silver. Of course, I've said that multiple times. So, maybe not. I guess we can take those off. So, this is turning out to be quite the endeavor for our orc dude with speed paints. So we're probably hitting about, what, 4 hours now? Hypocrite much? Speed paints, taking forever. But it turned out really good. The only thing we've got left are the eyes that are like really super green. And those are just so tiny slits in there. It is like crazy. but we're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna use the Shamrock Green, which comes out really, really green. But we're gonna need our super tiny brush again. So we need to pull her out and do one last job. I think we're done with this one. I'll try to use our Axe hair gel to get that. Thing is, it's got that hook in the nose. I wonder if I should just trim that like a razor blade or something, because I've had this one for a while and it's just like rough. I don't know, somebody's probably screaming, no! But we did it anyway. And it looks like a sharp tip, so it's all good. Shamrock Green, eyes. The last thing we're gonna do, those little super, super tiny slits in his eyes. Again, how does that look to y'all? That is looking pretty darn good. Way too much time. The opposite of what speed paints are supposed to be for. What can I say? So let's take a look-see. I'm gonna need my Super Geek glasses. Super Geek glasses activate, because this is going to be interesting. That is going to do almost next to nothing, because we can't see anything. Wow, that was uneventful. I think if we're going to do his eyes, to really get his eyes to pop, we're going to have to paint white in there. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think we will forego that right now. So I might do that off camera because it's late. 8 o'clock here in Korea at night. So we'll let this all dry, because I just put that green on there and it didn't work. That has to dry anyway, and I'm starving. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. What we ended up with is our work from World of Warcraft. And you can see we got some pretty good details on there with speed paints and a few regular army paints. Edge highlighting, the whole 9 yards, different colors, UV resin. We found that we could use, if we do that right, it turns out really nice. So, oh, and those bungee cord things. We didn't do anything with the bungee cords. Could do black. I keep saying I'm done, but we could do the matte black. I think let's do it. You got to paint it because it looks like the same color as his ponytail, beard, hair stuff. So I think the black would set that off, because it can't be anything really other. I mean, maybe some brown. You know what? Let's try brown. You do the fire drake again, but that's kind of the same on there. We want something a little bit lighter. Rudy fur. Or maybe that's what we put on the back. Warrior skin, that's a little light. Let's do the Rudy fur. The other thing we could end up doing is nuclear sunrise. I think that would be too orange. We could go with a greenish, but that would be like his skin color, so we don't want to do that. We don't want to do a purple because we already did that. Blue, no, because that's not, it doesn't really make sense. Tyrian navy, nah, let's try this. The Rudy fur. I swear, we're almost done. Almost. So close. We're so close. So close. So close. I think we can use that one. And here we go. It's got a little bit of color to it. Just need to load that up a little bit more. You can see how that just kind of sucks right in there. That's a subtle. I think that'll work. It's a little bit lighter, not much, but it's enough to where I think we've got a little differentiation. Just kind of, that just sucks right into those. That'll work. That'll work. Okay. Now I think we're done. Now I think we're done. I think that has turned out really, really good. If I had to make a choice between the World of Warcraft guy that we just did or the Lord of the Rings cave troll, I don't know. We'll let you decide. Let's put this up. And we'll do a comparison and you can tell me which one do you like better. You like the cave troll, which you can see there. It doesn't have a lot of details, so that comes into play. Or do we do the World of Warcraft dude? So you can vote. WoW or troll. WoW or troll. Personally, I'm going to go with the WoW because we spent a lot of time. But the cave troll's pretty good, but he doesn't have a lot of details. So I don't know. Put your favorite in the comment section down below, and if you I don't know, if you like one over the other, please like the video. So with that, how is that showing up? Oh yeah, that's showing up good. So anyway, put it in the comment section down below. Please like and subscribe to the channel. I would really appreciate that. That's probably the best thing that you could end up doing. The other thing you could end up doing is, besides liking and subscribing to the channel, which you should have already done, you could buy me a coffee. And with that, let me tell you, I'm going to show you. Boom. There it is. Again, you can like and subscribe to the channel. There's an email address down below. I answer all my emails. Might take me 1 or 2 days, but I answer every single email, so go ahead and do that. Whether it's about models, painting, I do resin printing, FDM printing. I'm getting into that as well. And or if you just want to say hi, retired in Korea, if you got questions for that. So that is there. If you really enjoyed this, you can buy me a coffee as well. So both orcs and cave trolls love coffee. So if you buy me a coffee, that would be awesome. If not, please like and subscribe to the channel. So with that, we're finally going to close this out, and we are done. I appreciate everybody that stopped by and watched, even if it was only for a few minutes. You all are tops in my book, like the people who have bought me coffees and the scrolling ticker. And yeah, that's it. We're done. All right. Have a good one. Peace.